Now it's live. Alrighty. So yeah, what's everyone up to? Let me get set up. Let's get into the code. Went for a good bike ride today. Alrighty. I overdid it on the salt on this glass. I think it'll be fine though. That's a good one. That's a good one. Okay. Finishing getting set up. Okay. G-Bone, thanks for the streak. You got to bounce for a few? Yeah, no worries there, Hyper. Yeah, appreciate the lurk. All right, let's switch the right screen. All right, so another part we left off on is this form validation. Yeah, so I think this refine just goes away. And then instead, all right, like we'll comment it for now. I think we'll just delete it. And then instead, right before we submit the form on the page, that's where the event handler for on submit is created anyway. That would be the place that we check this. Because we don't care if it happens on the edit page, because it's supposed to work that way. But on the create page, we want to double check. So we would then throw a toast message and prevent the user from navigating away. I think I like that. Yeah, so we'll call that good. I like that. So then the next step, let's make sure microphone is pointed the right way. All right, we are editing this. We are adding an ignored user. Oh. But hold on. And hey, Olama works so well on your laptop, tried quite a few models. Currently setting up your dot files as you have in the background. As you have me in the background or whatever, right? Yeah, how you doing, Hunar? Over on YouTube. Cheers. Ooh, I just realized I'm not looking at the right chat there. Yep, yeah, makes sense there, Hunar. All right, so what I want to do real quick before we get too deep, let me get PG admin going. Ooh, excuse me. You tried to find an alternative to Cursor for tab completion, but nothing quite works as good. Even Super Maven is kind of underwhelming nowadays. Super Maven works great for me. I just want to double check. Is there actually data there? There is. Yeah, so GitKraken should be ignoring itself. So part of the problem is that we are not setting ignored users like we should. All right, so now So why is keyword not coming back from that? You never pushed your dot files to GitHub, so you lost them all when the laptop died. Ooh, pushing it every change. There you go. That works. Can't lose your dot files if you never had any. Okay, so what I believe is happening here is a backend issue where we're not actually fetching the entire keyword. We got create, and we got show, and actually get keyword by org ID and keyword ID. That would be it. Okay. Yeah, we need to do a join on this. Just say ignored user. Right, so unable to format. We probably don't need notifications at the moment. I don't think we need events. All right, so they still don't like this part, though. The select seems odd. All right, so the coalesce looks done. Let me get more music going. And what's up, Cammy? How you doing? What am I missing here? Who knows? No, that's fine. Like, I think that's the whole point of the YouTube. You can put on whatever music you want and still lurk. But I get it. Nah, if you wanna really focus, totally makes sense to me. How dare you leave? Okay. Yeah, I've done Golang. All right, so it still complains about that. It's just a totally different thing, right? Comparing languages like that just isn't that valuable. Like, we just don't like having those conversations here. All it does is get people to clutch their pearls over their favorite toy. If you have some technical constraint, then we can answer it, but just a general comparison, no, that shit's gross. It's too open-ended. That's fine. It's just, it's not a productive conversation because there's no end to it. Right? Open-ended questions like that are really bad. They're good for starting a conversation, but it's not a conversation we want to have here. A technical question that has a clear start and end, you can ask. What is the difference in deployment, etc.? Sure. But we don't want to guess at what you were looking for with your open-ended question. In general, if you want to get information from someone, you have to treat it like an interview. A lot of interviewers would not ask an open-ended question like that. Like, a lot of good interviewers would not ask that. Right? It allows the person being interviewed to dance around the subject. What am I missing here? Let me double check another one just to be sure. From where? And a bunch of joins. Then the select statement, which is a struct or a map. And then the query. There's really like something simple here that I'm just missing. So they're actually saying it's happening here? That's it. I think keyword ignored user isn't being imported? No, it is. Shit. That was it. I was missing a comma. Ugh. Maybe not. All right, so that still yells at us for something else. And what up, Krail? Yeah, so then this part, that was it. So that is one of the things that I dislike about it. So, Cammy, if you're still out there, Elixir has some major flaws with evaluating the syntax and being able to tell you the exact problem. Right? In TypeScript, in Go, in Rust, you would have gotten a way better like error there, right? Yeah, I mean, so that right there was a good example of the developer experience, right? Yeah, it's a margarita day. And yeah, no, I get it. Like, developer experience is still like such a broad topic, you know? But I think it's one of those things where like putting someone on the spot for those things is less ideal. But if you just watch someone work with it, you'll see some of the things that suck, you know? So I think that should be good for getting us ignored users into the front end. Oh, yeah, we can kill all hands for now, or open hands, or whatever. We still got the fireworks going. I'd say the shader's a good one for today. It's still basically the holiday, right? All right, so now if we refresh, we still don't get that back, but we should have. Oh, well, that would explain it. Yeah, we weren't using that data keyword. All right. So then, will it blend? Present them. Yep. All right, so now let's double check this. In keywords, we've got is whole word set to true, but it's not actually filling out that way. So is whole word is true, but that's not getting set to the value we care about. Why? Oh, yeah, because we're not doing it that way. Right, so default, now instead what we need to do is just value. Oh, and instead of that, I want checked. That was it. Yeah, not value. All right, so then there we go. Cool. All right, so we've at least got this. We're not able to modify that. What I want to do here, though, is I want to move this add ignored user button up here to the right. What up, J3? How you doing? And real quick, just to hype it up, who here could theoretically make it to Seattle in, what is it, September? We are giving away a free ticket to Cascadia JS. All you got to do is sign that form. It's a new form, different than the one we had before. Only one person's in there right now, so your odds are really good. I mean, we can't cover that, no. It's just a free ticket. So it's like an $800 ticket. But no, travel is not part of it. That's why it's like, it's got to be someone who theoretically could do it. Yeah, it's a bit far for a lot of people. I get it. I totally get it. Yeah, there you go, G-Bone. Sign up for the giveaway. Like, you're in the area. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, South Africa's a bit far. Ninfu, I believe you're in Brazil, right? That's a bit far. Totally get it. No, it's an $800 ticket to the conference. Oh, I was close. Is it Argentina instead? Same thing. I'm kidding. Sorry, bad joke. But yeah, how you doing, Ninfu? Argentina, got it. Tomato, tomato. See if that looks a little better without having to do anything. Like a glove. Nice. Oh no, did I forget? Okay, we're good there. All right, so that button, I want to put that button up kind of where that label is. But what you been up to there, Ninfa? Doing some front end stuff for a crypto game? Okay. Interesting. Sounds like gambling. Whatever. All right, so the justify between is working, but the spacing is off. There's something weird there. Oh, it's the margin bottom. Yeah, I'd say that starts to look pretty good. All right, so error creating keyword. That's definitely not right. Oh, we got a 422. Sad panda. Value has already been taken. And a big part of that problem is that we are on the edit page, but we're doing the create function. Stuff, man. I don't know. That's it's a pretty generic question. If you're curious about progress, we have a Discord channel where I do announcements about what I'm planning to do for the day, etc. I've got a today command you can run here in chat, but I'm not going to do the entire fucking journal of everything I've done. That's fine, Bozo. We have that channel in Discord called Announcements. You can see all of my today commands from every stream. So if you want to catch back up, that's a good way to do it. Yeah, so on the edit page, we're doing create keyword instead of update keyword. So I don't think this is actually a put, because a put requires the entire thing and it's idempotent. Technically, what we're doing would still be idempotent, but we're not passing the whole record. Let's go look at the back end and see what props we're actually needing. So yeah, update keyword. We're taking in create keyword params. All right, we do the create users stuff. All right, ignored users. And then there's update keyword with keyword params. I think we just need to have an update keyword params instead of create keyword params. And the stuff that you can't modify is just not allowed on it. So you can't update that. You can update whole word and ignored users. So then value goes away. All right, so we want to rebuild the SDK. But hold on, I messed one thing up. Update keyword params is something we need to then use in the update endpoint, in the description of it. And then we come back with keyword response, org ID, keyword ID. Yeah, we call that good. Yeah, and we don't have it in scope, but now we do. And we'll leave the any for that one. Well, let me get my phone out of my pocket. Okay. And yeah, how's everyone's Saturday? What are y'all up to? God, margaritas are so good. I'd love to start making my own like margarita mix at some point. That'd be kind of cool. Oh, that was a good back pop. My shoulder needs to pop though. It just doesn't want to right now, which is annoying. But oh well. So yeah, let's finish one of these. We want to get that endpoint working. I know, right, Jason? Like stupid shoulders. Who needs them? Stupid shoulders. You're working on a motorbike service logging app earlier, which was fun. Oh, that sounds cool. What makes it so fundamentally different from general, like, car service stuff? I'm doing good, working on a side project. Yeah, what's the side project? Hold on. Shake, however you pronounce it. Whatever one you want to, man. We don't do those kind of questions here. All right, you could ask 10 different people and get 10 different answers, which means it's kind of a shit question. What up, Justice? All right, so tailored to bikers, so you can log rides, and then that updates the distance till part replacements. I'd say you could still do that. Like, I'd say you could still do that for cars too. Yeah, you may decide to open that up a bit more. I'm not sure it needs to be such a niche. I guess, do motorcycles not have like a proper odometer? Because I could see that being a major reason. Yeah, no, it sounds like a cool idea. Like, sounds like a cool app. I'm so curious, like, why it needs to be motorcycle specific. Okay. Well, what I would get at is build it in a way that people could do all of it, because it sounds like it's all the same. Like, it's a thing where you could build it once and then rebrand it a little bit and release the app twice. Right? Like, it'd be the same exact code base, just with some feature flags, basically, to change some of the branding and stuff. I don't know. It's a random idea. I'd say feel free to keep going down the route of the motorcycle thing, but I really do think a good pivot would be making it more generic. Like, people who do off-roading and people who do all sorts of other, like, I don't know, like niche driving things. Would it be good for the average person? No. But it would be good for people who are passionate about their vehicles and who do their own work on it, right? So off-roaders, dirt bikers, right? So like motorcycles, sure, but like it's a different kind of motorcycle. I don't know. Yeah, I think like look at it this way. You could even do like go-kart maintenance, RV people. Yeah, there's like a lot of stuff you could do with that. I do think you're onto something by like keeping it focused in what you care about, but just recognize that once you've done that version of it, you could pivot pretty easily to the other stuff. I'm not saying they need to all be in the same app, but you could have the same like bones. It's an idea. Totally. Do whatever you want. Just a thought. But I think if you could like scope it more, it just increases your like total addressable market. But yeah, by becoming too generic, maybe you lose like the special sauce that makes it valuable. So yeah, that's all your choice. Like, think about it that way. Totally up to you. I'm sure there's other stuff I'm just not thinking about that, means like niche apps would just be better anyway. There's something to be said though, right? You can build the motorcycle one, then you can build the RV one, then you can build some other one, and you could get, I don't know, some money from the same person that maybe owns all that stuff 3 times instead. So there could be value in like focusing a niche for that reason too. Now, hold on. Is this a mobile app or is this a web app? Because that would really like that would change things up a bit. Yeah, exactly. Yep. That's what I'm thinking. You know, something to consider. Totally up to you. Right? Like there still may be a major benefit for having a front end tailored specifically towards your target market, right? Mobile. Yeah, yeah. So if you're going to go mobile, right? Like you could charge, well, I mean, if you're going to have a back end, you probably want to do it as a service, right? So yeah, theoretically you could charge multiple subscriptions, but maybe you could even like let people bundle. The ultimate bundle. Get all three ride drive tracking apps together. I don't know. Random thought. But yeah, cool idea. I like it. All right, so hold on. What is going on here? Why is this failing? Oh, because the entire back end is down right now because we killed it. Duh. It's like he smokes weed or something. I don't get it. It's like he's smoking weed or something. I know, just a minor detail of that service running or not. I know, it's just the silliest thing. Is Messijo live at the moment? No, it isn't. It will be eventually. Like, I think we're a couple weeks away, max. I basically just need to finish up what we're doing with the forms here. And then if we go look at it, we need to pivot to SendGrid and then add billing. And then publish it, right? Like, get it hosted. Technically, the front ends are up, but no one can do anything with them yet. But yeah, yeah, we're pretty close, right? All this stuff over in the backlog is, I think, post MVP. Needed to be static. That was it. Where am I gonna lean for hosting this? Probably just some VPS. Hetzner, AWS, DigitalOcean. I don't know. I'm not too picky. It's not gonna matter that much. So yeah, Hetzner would probably be fine. We do need a good backup strategy, though. That's probably our number one most important thing after launching. But that maybe does like hint at the questions you were asking earlier, right? For TypeScript or Go, I could just throw it up on AWS Lambda. You can't do that with Elixir. Now, like this app wouldn't make any sense for that anyway, because we need the persistent WebSocket to listen to Blue Sky's Firehose, which is why I chose Elixir in the first place. But yeah, if you would potentially want to do like full on serverless, Elixir isn't great at serverless. All right, so we're back to this page. Yep. I'm using linear. I think linear makes the most sense when you're on a team. For a solo project, you could use anything, it doesn't matter. I just hadn't used it and I'd seen a lot of people saying how nice it is, so I wanted to see what the deal was. Oh, it is. Yeah, it's a very nice UI. That's one of the biggest things people like about it. But yeah, it's like team focused features are really nice too. How do I want to do this part? Yeah, we'll just make this explicit. You're saying linear? Yeah, I mean, a lot of people really like linear. One of the big things they do is it's like a local first kind of application, which a lot of people tend to like. Yeah, I mean, no, it's cool. It's worth checking out for sure. All right, so try updating that. Oh, we can't update that because I broke it. So yeah, in keyword form. Hey, what's up, Jonas? How you doing? So yeah, we can't seem to uncheck this. An unchecked change, we're seeing that it's a Boolean. All right, so on checked change does fire, but on change doesn't. What's the deal there, man? Hey, what's up, Brainless? How you doing? Oxygen not included. Ooh, I never played that. What kind of food are you getting? I am probably going to do dumplings tonight. And hey, what's up, Filter? Salmon with couscous. Okay. Yeah, couscous is a good one. I feel like I tend to, like, if I'm going to eat something like couscous, I'd probably end up going for quinoa instead. Because it's a superfood. Yeah, couscous is just like a pasta. Yeah, so it's not even a grain. You got annoyed with quinoa? I'm so curious. Why? You ate too much of it last year. Okay. There's a marsupial called couscous? I didn't know that. Yeah, I mean, I guess the big thing though is couscous is just like really finely diced spaghetti or something, you know? Like it's just really not that healthy for you. Right? Like might as well be eating spaghetti. Meanwhile, quinoa is like a superfood. It's even a complete source of protein. Oh, I think I had forgotten that. Bulgur? So it's just cracked wheat. Jimmy cracked wheat, and I don't care. Yeah, I would put bulgur in the same same category as oh shit. What's the it's like a corn thing. And you liked that Jimmy Crack tweet, and I don't care? Yeah, that was a solid one. Nah, shit. Polenta. Yeah, Bulgur just reminds me, or Bulgur, I don't know, just reminds me of polenta, which is just like corn, right? It's like boiled cornmeal. I feel like you can make polenta a little more chunky to where it seems like some of those other things. But yeah, I guess not. Polenta is really just mushy. I was mixing it up. It's all right. Like, it's really just not that good health-wise, though. Yeah, polenta is, like, finer, for sure. Like, it's more like a porridge. In general, I would say polenta has a lot to do with grits. Yeah, so polenta is just like a chunkier form of grits. They're often used interchangeably, but they're just different. Oh, I guess grits is actually chunkier. Okay. Yeah, interesting. I don't know if I've ever had grits. I only know about grits because of my cousin Vinny. Are we to be led to believe that grits cook faster in your kitchen than any other place on the planet? Or is it possible that you were not accurate in your assessment of how long the people spent in the store? You sure about those 5 minutes? Yeah, exactly. Dude, 126. Man after my own heart. Dude, that movie's so good. How many fingers am I holding up, dear? Let the record show that Mr. Gambini is holding up 2 fingers. Your Honor! Oh, my bad. Or whatever, right? Your Honor! Yeah, it's one of those movies that my parents, like, quote all the time. Like, dead on balls accurate. It's an industry term. Such a classic movie, though. And yeah, I said man after my own heart. Person after my own heart. There we go. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to judge. But okay, so yeah, we're still back to this point of we want this toggle to work better. The youths. Yeah, exactly. You. What's a you? So part of this is that we can't render this until we've got the thing. And yeah, what's up, Gus? How you doing? All right, so we could do that. We still get an error, a 400 sad panda. And it's because we get a 400 bad request. What went wrong with that? No function clause matching update. Ah, right. And yeah, there you go. Gus, there is the description of the project we're working on. So right now, it's not seeing our update endpoint, but it really should. It's on keyword controller. It's called update. Right. Okay, so we do something like that, maybe. I might need to make those atoms instead of strings. Oh, we got a bunch of cores issues there now. Yeah, Ghosty's just fun for the shaders, you know? It's just too fun. Oh, and yeah, we got a major bug there now on the back end because we're doing some stuff. All right, so we get a 500 sad panda. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can just run a bunch of terminals and see which one you like. All right, so no function clause matching. Wait, what? No function clause matching still? What? What? All right, so we got get, we got create, we got update. Oh, shit. Duh. It's the change set that has the issue because we should not be passing ignored keywords. Shit. Really? Still? All right, let me get more music going. So this is actually where I think I need to go back to that. This is a good album, isn't it? Yeah. Laser Tiger. So the issue is line 211. Not in the controller. But here. No, it's because we're passing this whole damn keyword. So yeah, I just need to remove ignored users off of the thing we're passing. All right. So then, yeah, we go back to here. We put that back the way that was, but keyword here, this is going to be map dot that. Very nice introduction to OTP. Nice. Makes sense. They are pretty cool. Oh. That was it, right? Because it's an atom. It's because it's not technically the struct. Right. Wait, what? So that should actually have the value be false now. And then we set it to true. We do save keyword and we're back. Hey, all right. Cool. So we got the edit. We need to be able to create a new one now. And this is where we probably just want to grab keywords. And hey, what's up, Celestial? How you doing? All right, so then, yeah, we would error out user can't do that because we already have it. Cool. Here's a thought, like, should I just let people create multiple keywords? I think it's a bad user experience. I don't know. We'll say no for now, and then if people complain, we can change it. But Gus, thank you for the follow. Yang, thank you for the follow. And Love Lancaster, thank you for the follow. Are keywords important? Yeah, it's the entire thing the app's based on. There's a big difference between trusting the user and allowing them to do something that doesn't make sense. Trust is about what harm could they do? What harm would they do? Bad reviews? What reviews? Where do you go to look for reviews for apps like this? Nobody does that. Yeah. Yeah, but most people know not to listen to people on Reddit anyway. There was a good thing. Hold on. Angry snowboarder. Where's his latest videos? Here we go. This one. Top 5 reasons you're getting bad advice. And yeah, within that top 5 was listening to Reddit about snowboarding. Now, they do some good content. I think their thumbnails suck. Like, dude, their thumbnails are really bad. Yeah, they do a lot of like critiques and stuff like that. But dude, yeah, like here's the thing that I would also push back on in the comments. And does he look he's just wearing a beanie and a hoodie. I wouldn't say he's my twin, but okay. Dude, exactly Celestial. Like Reddit's the worst place to go for advice. Yeah, I just wanted to see what people actually say in the comments. Yeah. So basically, the snowboarding subreddit is really fucking bad. Like, it's just endless. Is this carving? Please help me with my 360s. What board should I buy? Like, dude. Like, I get it that people are curious and it's an expensive sport, so you don't want to make a mistake, but man, don't listen to a bunch of randoms on Reddit about what to buy. Like, I don't know, man. That is the blind leading the blind. Right? Especially the same goes for tech. Don't listen to the people on web dev about what's good and bad about web dev. Most of them are fucking wannabes. Those who can do, those who can't teach, and those who aren't even capable of teaching, post on Reddit. That's almost tweet worthy, I think. Eric's funny. How do we feel about it? I think that's a solid one. That one feels pretty good. I'm proud of that one. That's a solid tweet. That doesn't go like majorly viral. Viral, come on. The G is part of my name, yes. I am Griffing, not Griffin. Are you aware your name's an adverb? Oh, I know. I got it my entire youth. I was in either the end of junior high or high school when that show came out. Everything was fine until that asshole started winning Grammys. Why should I change my name? He's the one who sucks. No, I did not have a dog. I've never actually had a dog. Now, we moved around a lot. You could normally get into places with cats, but you could never get into places with dogs, where it's a lot harder. I also think it was a convenient excuse my parents used at one point, too. Mom and Dad, can we get a dog? No, the landlord won't allow it. Like the day we move out and the other person's moving in, they got their dog. I wanted to tell the landlord. You think that, but it's actually not the case because you just make them sit in your car all day. No, it's actually kind of shitty. Well, then you're probably not going for mountain trips. Unless you're trying to like ride the German Shepherd to the mountain. I don't know if you could do that with a German Shepherd. You could do that with like a Great Dane, though. All right, so we don't need that return. And yeah, what's up, Brainless? Minus symbol to me? How dare you? Plus symbol to you. What do you think about that one? How about that? A likely story. All right, so how did this one fail? Render to IO data. Okay, so it's actually just keyword JSON line 16. What the fuck? How do we keep failing that? What's failing this time? Oh, I see. Now, it's fine, Brainless. I get it. Wait, are you eating in bed? That is brave. Wow, that is so brave. Wow. It is functional, sure. It's not the only one. Depends on where you're starting from. Everyone's experience is going to be different. I'd say just try it, man. What's stopping you? Nothing. A whole lot of nothing. Whole lot of nothing. What's failing this time? Cool. Oh, no, that's it. Yeah, we got to do enum.net. Yeah, that was my mistake. This ain't JavaScript. One more time. All right, so we got that added. All right, so. Oh, sorry to yawn. Ooh, man. One thing we're missing is on the front end, after we have created the keyword, we need to update keywords. So something like that. Will it blend? It blended. All right. Cool. So we've got create and edit keywords working. Eventually, we'll need to write some tests that verify that we don't break those in the future, right? No regressions. But we've got it there. Cool. Nice. Could I check with an emoji? Yeah, for sure. I'll check with that exact one. Like a glove. Like, why would that be a problem? What if you wanted to listen for emoji? Some people really want to see eggplants. We got eggplant enthusiasts in this world. No whiskey keyword? I mean, we can. Margarita, there we go. All right, let's delete a bunch of these. Oh, we got an error now, though. Failed to get the keyword for reasons. Those reasons being name not found in that. Oh Oh, right, right. Dude, has anyone else's Slack just been totally broken like all weekend? Now, granted, it doesn't matter because who does work on 4th of July weekend? It has worked before. You prefer a huddle over a meet? What do you mean by a meet? Like Google Meet? Hmm. Yeah, Google Meet. Dude, yeah, that sucks. Like people use that still? Hmm. Weird. I'd rather use Microsoft Teams than Google Meet. Wait, really, Ethan? Oh shit. So I live in a bubble, don't I? Yeah, I figure you guys are already paying for like Google Workspaces or something. So why not just keep using Meet? Zoom for company-wide meetings? Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, we use Zoom for basically everything. Right? Slack is just for chatting. Yeah, no, that sounds odd. But all right, whatever. Oh, you know what? So that's our issue, right? This fragment. Yes, we're running into the difference between a map using atoms and a map using strings as the keys. This is one of my number one, like, fundamentally hated things about Elixir. I understand the reasoning for it. I would love it if they could just do a quick lookup. Like, if they could treat a string as an atom if an atom exists already. But I understand how that would probably slow things down. It's just a little annoying, though, right? So instead, I need to make sure I'm being, like, extra consistent. We have a schema, but they are separated schemas. So I'm not doing any of the nested stuff. That would probably be like a good refactor at some point. So let me show you what I mean. Right, we've got keyword, but it doesn't have any of like the embedded schemas, right? So then keyword ignored user is its own schema, and we're doing some like custom stuff to join those. So I'm kind of fighting the platform a little bit. And I still just don't see much value in change sets. Because the change set you're going to have with creating something versus the change set you're going to have for modifying one. I don't know, like keyword ID. I guess maybe you wouldn't need it for any of them anyway. I don't know. Yeah. In general, I don't do the belongs to stuff. Like, I always worry that we're going to be paying way too much cost at the query level. I assume it's gotten better, but I don't know. It just seems like overly naive. But I am technically prematurely optimizing by not using belongs to. Like, we do enough like polymorphic stuff that it just seems like it would be too messy. Right? Like all this. This seems like it would be way messier and harder to reason about, and we'd be fighting the framework to do like a belongs to for all of these like polymorphic notification types. But maybe that's just me misunderstanding. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. I should be doing this better. Yeah, no, I get that. In my opinion, I don't think we need to solve it. I think we've got the problem solved. Like, in a good enough way. It's fine. Ensure atoms. And is ensure atoms a like does it go nested or does it only operate at the top level? That would be my biggest concern. And where does ensure atoms even come from? Yeah, where does ensure atoms even come from? Oh, we would need to create it. Oh. I'm good on it. Nah, I'm good. No thanks. Nope. 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 No, I'm good. No, thank you. It's just not worth it. Nah, man. It's not worth the performance hit. Like, if it was something built in, I would think it'd be, like, reasonably optimized, but I just don't think it's worth it. I think there's some other shit we could do. Hmm. Like, I'd rather do something like this. We'll just go do it over in this other place, right? So keyword JSON. We'll just say get prop or something. Hold on. There's a, I don't know. This is still just like a gross way to do it, right? But we could do something like, right? So we could then do just get prop. This is fucking gross. Like, dude, this is so gross. But it would work. It would totally work. We could do that. Yeah, I always forget about using like the function signature instead of just making the function overly generic. I kind of like this. We try and do it. X when is Atom? Does that actually change anything, though? I feel like it still ends up being the same thing. Like, is that just like a style thing? Or does it actually change the logic? Because in general, I don't care that much about the style stuff. No, no. What I'm getting at is the guard necessary? Does the guard change the logic of this at all, or is it the same damn thing? To me, this seems like it's the same thing. Whether I'm using a guard or I'm doing these like case match statements, like inside the if, like all that, to me, the logic sounds the exact same. Whether I use a guard or I just do the is Atom part. Is there maybe a case where the compiler can do certain things better using a guard versus cases? Is that it? Like even inside the case, like what is functionally different inside the case? What I'm literally asking is, what does the guard do better than what I'm doing now? Is it just a style concern? Or does it change the logic? Right? Is the compiler better able to optimize a guard versus what we have here? You're saying the guard is optimized. I would say that's the case if it knew it at compile time, which was which, but I don't think it does. Because this function needs to be able to take in both, right? Like a string map and an atom map. Like this function could never know which one you're passing. So I don't see how compile time stuff would solve this. No matter what, we have to do the runtime check of what we're passing to it. I don't want to do this anyway, right? I want to solve it a better way. Like, I'd rather just map over things at the fetcher level inside of the repository. That's probably a better move. This was just like, this was me just hacking out what would it look like if we wanted to do this the hacky way. We'd create this function somewhere else. I'd put it on a module called hackety hack hack. With the understanding that it's the wrong way to do it, but we could just move on. Yeah, I struggle to see how anything compile time would actually be able to optimize this because we're not dealing with compile time problems. These are runtime issues. Like the check of if the thing is binary or an atom depends upon what we're passing, right? And I don't think the compiler would be able to figure out what we're passing ahead of time. So it has to happen just in time. That said, it runs on the Beam VM. The Beam VM could do all sorts of weird just-in-time caching and blah, blah, blah. So if there's something that we could do that informs the VM of what we're trying to do, it could theoretically optimize stuff at runtime that we couldn't possibly know at compile time. I guess that's the big thing. Does Elixir do any kind of like just-in-time compilation? And maybe it's not even an Elixir thing, but it's more like the Beam VM. Does the Beam VM do any just-in-time compilation? And if the answer is no, then I don't know if we gain any value from worrying about it. It does have Beam ASM. Yeah, okay. See, so that's where like we would gain some value from anything that the VM could look at as like a type hint to speed up its just-in-time compilation. But as far as like compile time, right? There's stuff we can't know about it. So yeah, it looks like the just-in-time compiler has been added somewhat recently, right? Within the past like 5 years, which I think is very interesting. All right, let's pour another one of these. Let's get some more salt on the rim. Well, I wonder if Robotic Head is actually gaming tonight. I think it's generous to call what he does like singing, you know? Like, does the dude from Korn actually sing? Up for debate. Oh, it's his last show. No, and yeah, I'm not trying to split hairs. Like, sure, it's technically singing, but it's such a different form of singing compared to the type of singing that you wouldn't be able to do into your 60s. Like, at this point, dude, Taylor Swift barely sings. You know? Like, on her records, maybe. In concert, no, she's basically just like talking. I wouldn't call what she does singing, especially because half of it's lip synced. Damn it, am I gonna get roasted? Like, am I gonna get bombarded by Swifties now? Shit. Just watch her shows. She's fucking lip syncing, okay? Come on, man. I've seen enough clips. Swifties live in denial, man. It's not just a river in Africa. I know, right? It's a stampede! Shit. I done fucked up. I angered the Swifties. Redmond had a freak stampede of Swiftie fans today out of nowhere. The entire region is devastated. Hurricane Swiftie swept through Washington State today. I know, exactly. No, and I'm not saying she's not a cool person. I'm not saying that at all. I never said that. Come on. All I'm saying is she's barely singing at this point in her career. She does a bit of shouting, she does a bit of talking, and then she does a bunch of lip syncing. No, yeah, I've heard she's actually really, really, like, really good to the help, which is, like, the worst way I could have phrased that, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I've heard she's actually, like, really, really cool to the help. Right, which is actually, like, especially cool, because she grew up a little rich kid. She wanted to make it as a musician. Her daddy bought her a record label. You know? Like, dude, what the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah, you know. So the fact that she's so down to earth, right? Like, a person for the working man is actually really fucking cool. Mm-hmm. Yeah, quite the grind. Dad, I want to be a musician. All right, honey. We'll buy you a Nashville, Tennessee record label. I want to be a singer-songwriter. All right, we'll buy you some lyrics. You know? I guess we can't go the old Max Martin route. We'll have to pay some unknowns. Whatever. It's just money. That's my favorite thing about at least pop music from like that era when she was getting started, etc.
Max Martin, some like 30 to 40-year-old dude living in Scandinavia somewhere, wrote a bunch of the fucking pop hits of the 2000s. That's fine, though, because he won't even be able to read the lyrics. That dude's basically illiterate. That dude is functionally illiterate. It's fine. He wouldn't be able to read the lyrics anyway. He said that himself. Yeah, going on Saturday Night Live was rough because, like, during the table read part, you got to actually, like, read things. Like, oh, man, I'm not good at that part. I forget. It's not a direct quote, but he basically said that. He basically said and admitted to that. I don't read good. Like, you know, like, oh my God, dude. We knew that, but thank you for confirming. Like, dude. Yeah. Dude, it's not even the CTE. It's that he never had to do anything because he was always a football star, you know? Right? It's the people that let their teachers or their teachers just give them a pass because they're the fucking star athlete. Tale as old as time. But man, we're seeing it. These functionally illiterate fucking sports stars. Is Gronk basically functionally illiterate too? No way. For some reason, it seemed to me like that he's just kind of like doofy. Like, I wouldn't even be surprised if he's like borderline Mensa. But he's just so doofy that no one ever gives him credit. QB is typically the one with some IQ. Yeah, no, it makes sense. And like I've heard that's something that like Gronk does really well. He has like a good football IQ. So there's a big difference between like being actually stupid and just never having put in the effort toward the thing you needed or you didn't technically need at the time. They all take the Wonderlick. I believe that's still something that can be coached. What's the Wonderlick test, though? Maybe it's just a C. Yeah, it is just a single C. 12-minute, 50-question aptitude test. There are zeros. Hold on. Oh, yep. Oh, sounds about right. Oh, totally sounds about right. Yeah, I wouldn't expect Saquon to be smart. Dude's a fucking idiot. Who gets the highest? Punter. All right, that makes sense. Totally get it. I would not have expected Calvin Johnson to be that high up there. That's crazy. Like, it's almost like you can look at this and almost like draw some corollary to like how good they are at what they do and the score that they get, right? And the higher your score, probably the less good you are comparatively. So for someone like Calvin Johnson to be way the fuck up there is actually crazy. Eli Manning, right? That's another one of those dudes who just looks kind of like looks and sounds kind of doofy, right? Like, I don't know. Eli Manning strikes me as the kind of person that needs someone else to tie his shoes for him. You know? Yeah, like I don't know, man. It's here's the thing, right? If it was really people doing their tests for him, you wouldn't see a zero. You would not see a fucking zero in there. Because these guys can afford someone to fucking take a test for them. Dude, my name is Sebastian Janikowski and I kick the ball. What else do you do, Sebastian? I kick the ball. Like, I don't know, man. I kick it real good. Like, dude, I can get it. I can understand it for running backs and stuff, you know? But for a kicker, like, dude, you could have spent a little more time in class, you know? Like, you could have spent a little bit of time in class, all right? Shit. I kick the ball. All right, let me get more music going. I bet Bobby Boucher gets a higher score than Janikowski. He chose to study the blade. There you go. Yeah, so here's the crazy part. Like, dude, Randy Moss and Calvin Johnson are widely regarded as like some of the greatest wide receivers of all time. Jerry Rice and Michael Irvin and some of those others are definitely in the contention. But yeah, the fact that there's such a big difference between Randy Moss, widely regarded as one of the greatest wide receivers of all time, and Calvin Johnson, they have like a whole 30 points difference between them. That's fucking crazy, dude. And yeah, Ray Lewis got a 13. Lamar Jackson got a 13. It kind of makes sense because he's just a glorified running back. So hold on. We don't see Jerry Rice in this list because maybe they hadn't been administering the Wonderlick back then. But yeah, I don't know. This stuff is at least marginally interesting. Yeah, it may not even have like all of the data, right? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, yeah, that's a good point. Maybe he paid to get himself taken off the list. Yeah, it does just kind of blow my mind. This would be some fun data to actually like graph. Because yeah, you're not wrong. Like, dude, quarterbacks way up here at the top. Like, dude, yeah, you're not kidding. Quarterbacks way the fuck up there, man. Not to say they all are, right? Who's the stupidest quarterback? Let's find the first one. Vince Young. Does that fit? I didn't watch football back when Vince Young played. Yeah. All right. So this was fun. Thank you for sharing that. That was kind of funny just to like read a little bit of. Yeah, and that sounds about right. Chaotic. Yep. Yeah, there's something interesting about that. Because, yeah, we saw the guy that did the dog thing, right? He was pretty low. Lamar Jackson was pretty low. Kaepernick was way up there, right? Which makes a lot of sense to me, actually. But yeah, I don't know. Whatever. Okay, so let's get back to it. We need to convert some values so that we can like create and edit these things as needed. So we can fetch the data and all that bullshit. So yeah, this is a backend problem. I do need to go use the restroom real quick. So let me go do that. BRB. Gotta pee. These margaritas do flow right through you. Okay, I just had the most brilliant idea I've had for a long fucking time. And oh wait, did we just get rated? Ooh. Well, okay, I'll hold off on this idea because it's a little gross. We'll give it a sec. But yeah, who rated on in? Bonkers Tub, Coding and Chilling. You're doing some Vue.js 3 and Vuetify 3. Nice. Just front end, or were you doing some back end stuff too? And I'm curious, you're streaming in science and technology. Any reason you're doing that instead of software and game dev? All right, so hold on. Did we do like the other shout out for him yet? Sorry, I had to go pee. Okay, so we did that one. Perfect. All right. So yeah, welcome everyone from the raid. What was Bonkers up to? This lab is extending hours. Hell yeah. Hold on, wait. Oh, I like that emote. Yeah, the one with the glasses and what looks like a lab coat. So yeah, let me give you a follow. My bad. You saw both and first chose science? Yeah, so I will say you'll probably get a little more traction over here in software and game dev. So it's worth it to maybe switch it up and try, but I think on average, there's like better, like larger viewership in that category. Let's just look right now. Yeah, I just throwing it out there. Random idea. So we got 300 viewers in science and technology right now. If I type that right. Versus 868. So it's not like it's the biggest difference. You know. So I don't know. Follow your heart. Do whatever you want. Yeah. No, I get it. Makes sense to me. So back in the day, we all used to be over in science and technology. And in fact, before then, we used to all be in programming. Yeah, so, man, Jason and some of our mods remember back when it was programming. And then they funneled us from creative and programming into science and technology. And then they split science and technology into software and game dev. There was a programming category back in the day, for sure. Yep. But yeah, so what were you up to on your stream? Right, I saw View and Viewtify, but that didn't really like give us any details. So I'm just a little curious about what you're doing specifically. And for everyone coming from the raid, the thing we are working on is this app called Messijo. Messijo, is that Italian? No, it's English. Sorry, that's an IT crowd reference. If you're not aware of the show, it's a fun show. The idea behind this is we want to be able to track mentions of keywords or phrases or whatever on social media. We're starting currently with Blue Sky. From there, we'll branch out to Lobsters, Hacker News, and Reddit to some degree as well. But right now, Blue Sky is our core focus, and that's kind of like what we're doing. So you were building a website for a client. You were thinking of doing a back end, but then they would have to deal with more pricing and whatnot, and the back end would be super simple. So you're trying to make it front end only, which for their goals should be okay. But that's what you were working on. Okay. Interesting. So as a something you could consider, probably not what you need, but this is something I made somewhat recently that I got to put more work into. But the idea is you could treat a GitHub repo as your back end, like source of truth. Technically, you do still need some kind of like Lambda function to do the token exchange via GitHub OAuth. But it could just be JSON living inside of a Git repo, you know, some configuration. GitHub then handles permissions and a bunch of that stuff, and you could wire up a GitHub action to deploy out when data changes. It's actually kind of cool. Technically, you don't need to deploy out when the data changes because you can load that dynamically. But it depends on like what SEO you need and all that BS, right? I would heavily consider making a Vue integration at some point too. Wouldn't be hard at all. Yeah, maybe not good for a client project, but if you end up using it, let me know. I'm happy to make it better. I think it's actually kind of like a novel idea. I think I've got a bug in it, so I'm going to try and demo this, but I'm pretty sure it's broken. We go to CF Please. This is an app I built using that framework. We go to login. We got CFP's temp right here. Okay, that part works actually. And then we can see like, conferences I might want to add to this list, like FooConf. And it's at http://foo.com, right? Like just BS. Whatever. And then, sure, we got talks that we could then propose talks to, right? I've got talks. I select one. We could add it. All of this is driven just on data living in GitHub. There is zero backend except for the one function that we have to have on the backend to do a token exchange with GitHub's OAuth because they don't support the implicit flow. But Bitbucket, GitLab, and I think even Azure DevOps would allow us to do like a fully clientless or a fully client-side only application where data is fetched from those platforms, but you don't need to like have a backend endpoint exchange the token. You can just do that all on the front end. So yeah, kind of fun. I think the idea could go deeper. I think it's also a little hard to explain sometimes, and I'd like to work on this more at some point, but we got a project I want to work on first because I think Messijo could actually make some money. The part you're catching me on right now is we're using Elixir for the back end, and we're running into atoms versus strings when doing a lookup inside of an object. What we may end up deciding to do is just convert wherever this object's coming from at that point to use atoms. And yeah, that's the part we're picking back up on. We got into just some fun ranting and chilling and enjoying a Saturday, though. Drinking margaritas. This is Elixir. No, Elixir is not in Ruby. It's a Ruby-inspired language on top of Erlang. And technically on top of the Erlang VM, it doesn't even compile to Erlang. So there are some things that Elixir can do on the Erlang VM that ends up being faster than Erlang itself because of just some random things. So like micro benchmarks, not stuff you should care about. But just to point out that it's not a compile to Erlang language, it's a compile to the Beam VM language. But the syntax is heavily inspired by Ruby. Yeah, Erlang is the telephony language from Europe. The creator of Elixir was a core maintainer of Ruby. I did not know that. So I do know that Yehuda Katz was a core maintainer of Ruby. I didn't know that Jose Valim was a core maintainer of Ruby. Very interesting. Okay. Yeah, I had no idea. I think in general, they both were realizing that they were running into limits of what Ruby could do because of just how it works. So yeah, like Elixir is very big in the Ruby community, right? Like a bunch of Ruby devs switch to Elixir. I preferred is such a loaded term. Oh, and that might be it, Ethan. Yeah. I forget the difference. I forget who is who. I think Yehuda Katz might have been on Ruby on Rails rather than Ruby itself. But yeah, I don't remember the difference. When it comes to preferred backend, I don't actually make those decisions. In general, I would prefer to be running this stuff serverless, so I don't even need to spin up infrastructure. I just deploy a function and the function does its thing. For this application, because I have to listen to a WebSocket from the Blue Sky Firehose, a persistent connection like that doesn't make sense for serverless. In general, I want to be able to scale to 0 because I don't have traction with nearly enough of my projects in general, right? So if I could operate something for free, that's way better than spending $5, $10, $15, $20 a month on some VPS. But for this use case, Elixir made a bunch of sense. I would like to use Elixir on more stuff, but no, and just in general, I need serverless. That's fine. Yep. I think there's a lot of value in building towards a serverless aspect because we don't always know our project is going to have traction. If you're bootstrapping, scale to 0 is really valuable. Yeah, that's probably enough salt. All right, let's do another margarita. In general, I'm a major polyglot, especially when it comes to like even the front end. These days, I tend to build with React on my own side projects just because of the depth and breadth of the ecosystem. But I've written Vue, I've written Svelte, I've written Angular. Angular is probably the biggest one I've done during my career at jobs, etc. But, you know, we don't like to argue about these things in this channel because it's something that people argue about way too much. It's fine when you want to talk about something technical, but the moment you start getting fuzzy, like, oh, it has a better learning curve, that's all bullshit. Dude, learning curve is so fucking fuzzy that you can't, with a straight face, say something has a better learning curve. It's impossible. You know what's usually going to have a better learning curve? The second thing you learn, because the first thing you learned, you're actually learning a bunch of the primitives. Like, what is the view? What is a template? What is a component? How do I do state management? All that bullshit. Once you've figured that out with one front-end framework, all the others are way easier. So in general, the first one you pick is either going to be the one that you stick with because you don't want to learn something new, or it's going to have a harder learning curve than the next one you pick, simply because you already got the fundamentals out of the way. Use what you're comfortable with. I mean, I recommend looking into other stuff. Learning a new language, learning a new framework, all that stuff has value, right? Because good ideas are portable. Like, I'm writing, you know, React right now, but I'm still using services for data fetching. Because I think from an Angular perspective, The idea of a service to encapsulate data fetching is really fucking smart. You can encapsulate your caching and all sorts of stuff there. So yeah, the React applications I tend to build have inspiration from all sorts of other frameworks. Yep. Yeah, the service pattern is really nice for just encapsulating data fetching. Like it's really nice for state management. In Angular, they've got signals now and a bunch of other shit. I don't see what signals solve because you can just have a prop on a service that's a subject, and the consumer of that prop on the service, it's the same as if it was a signal. Who cares? Problem solved. Who gives a shit? So yeah, I don't know what signals solve in Angular other than the fact that they had to do something new. Composables. So when you say composables, what do you mean by that? Is that like strictly like a Vue term? Or do you mean like composition versus inheritance? I just want to make sure I understand the comment. And oh, hold on, wait, you tried to post a link. 1 second. So it's a Vue thing. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, you're good. We have it to prevent the spammers. You weren't spamming, but yeah. Let's just look. So composables, it's part of the composition API. Yep. Okay, yeah. So using these like hooks versus building out like a class component, basically, that has those hooks on the class component. Yeah, Angular went the same way too. React went the same way. Like a lot of these. Well, I mean, I think Angular you still do class components actually. I haven't done Angular for a few years now. But yeah, like React going from a class that has these like callbacks on it versus just using a composable that runs that same thing for the component. To me, this all just feels like syntactic sugar for the same shit. The one thing composables and hooks and a bunch of other stuff do is they make your components way more tree shakeable, right? So yes, the abstractions are fundamentally the same, but yeah, when it comes down to like bundle size and things like that, and even performance, the less stuff you have polluting your components, the lighter weight it is, the less RAM you consume, smaller your bundles are, etc. That's one of the big problems that Ember has. I don't know if you're aware of Ember. Ember is like one of the OGs. They have major like performance bottlenecks, and it's not something that they can really fix too well because it's not just a rendering thing. Every single component in Ember is wrapped by the Ember object, and the Ember object is heavy. So the amount of RAM you're going to consume with the average Ember application is going to be way higher because there's all this extra stuff for every instance of every component, which you don't need when you're doing functional components in React because it's just a function. And you got some other functions you want to call, yeah, you just bring in those like hooks. So it makes sense, and I get it. It comes at the expense of making this stuff easier to reason about. But yeah, to me, this seems pretty much exactly like how I would write this in React. I would change the refs to use state. Instead of modifying the refs directly, we would just do the setters, right? Instead of on mounted, we would just have a use effect. Like a lot of this code ends up looking basically the same. In fact, hold on. Let's do that. Hold on. I just want to like see these like side by side real quick because I find it a little interesting. Well, I may have messed up the indentation already, but whatever. Bonkers. Hey, thank you for the follow. Yep. All right, so it does seem maybe slightly more verbose. Doesn't seem that bad, though. All right, so now let's compare the two. It doesn't reuse a lot of the same elements. That's because of the language of being TSX. So hold on. Let's go back to snippets. And let's just change this to TypeScript, maybe? Yeah, going from language to language is a little tougher. Yeah, yeah. So from like from thing to thing, I don't know. Not ideal. If we just did TypeScript, it probably still wouldn't be that great. Because they need their own parsers. And that one helps a little. Right? Like, it really doesn't change much. No worries there, bonkers. No worries at all. Right? Like, it feels so similar. Yeah, I don't know. I think that was worthy of a quick experiment. Yeah, kind of fun. We'll save it. So this one is Vue versus React. Sure. Vua. Whatever. Oh no. Local storage for the win. Man, yeah, this was a good hackathon project. I'm really proud of this one. This one was solid. What's up, Standard? You got back from camping? Nice. Sounds intense. That was a terrible joke. I'm so sorry for that joke. You went to Mount Baker. Nice. Yeah, camping is intense. Most of the time. Yeah. Gonna do a lot of laundry? Dude, I have so much fucking laundry to do. Here's the thing. I haven't done laundry in like 2 months. And I still haven't run out of socks. I'm just running out of like the small socks, you know? I got snowboard socks for days. I think maybe I did towel laundry like a couple months ago. But yeah, dude. Like, the pants I got on right now. Like, I changed my underwear when I shower and all that. But these pants, no, I've probably been wearing these pants for like 3 or 4 days. Maybe even 5. Because who cares? They're just like, they're basically like sweatpants or whatever, you know? They're not even sweatpants. They're like way thinner. If I'm going out, I'll put on a proper pair of pants. If I'm going to the grocery store, going for a walk, or hanging out around the house, nah, man. The most relaxing pants I can find. But okay, so let's get back to what we're doing, I guess. Yeah, no worries, standard. Yep. Enjoy your laundry. And brainless, if you want to share that function with us, you can. I think there's a better way we can do it. Like, realistically, we could use that function where I'm thinking. I just don't want to do it to the entire object. I just want to do it to, like, the part we care about. And what's up, Puzzless? How you doing? Puzzlius. And I didn't do any vitamin D today. I should do one of those. I did go out in the sun, so maybe I don't need it, but I probably do. Yeah, paste bin's fine. Yeah, you're already regular, so yeah, you can paste it. Where's that link? Come on, give me the link. Damn, you know what I want to do at some point? I really want to go see a Savannah Bananas show. You guys ever heard of them? They're really good. They make baseball look actually fun. All right, so you got this function. Ensure atoms. Oh, when it calls itself recursively. And what up? How you doing, Mike? Mr. Sir. Mike Barr. Oh, to avoid atom exhaustion. Yep. No, two existing atom makes a lot of sense. No, I get that. Well, I'm going to call you Klondike instead. How about that one? What would you do for a Klondike bar? But Conmike or Klondike. You know, I can say it. Either way, works for me. What other streamer? I'm curious about that one. Frying pan. Okay. That's not the dude that used to work for Pear, or yeah, like Pear AI or whatever, right? I feel like he has a similar name, but maybe a different person. I'm trying to remember what their name is. I think theirs is frying pan, not frying pan. Okay, not the same person. Yeah, I think I'm thinking of frying pan. Yeah. Nah. Oh, this is them. Damn, I didn't realize they had that many followers. Oh shit. Yeah, he used to work with Not Nang on Pear. So you're saying fry in pan. with an extra N. Okay, so that is definitely a different name. Oh, and yeah, you do a bunch of clipping over there, eh? Nice. Ah, cool stuff. I just figured it could have been a typo. I don't know. But yeah, what's everyone up to? So let's continue doing what we're doing. I think, yeah, we'll bring in this function. I'll do it on like a smaller part of code, right? We don't need to do it to the entire struct. All right, so where do we want to put that module? Like, where should it live? Do I even have like a utils module? We'll create a utils module. Oh, and real quick, hold on, just so everyone here is aware, so everyone knows. Brainless, what is the license for this code? MIT, Apache, WTF, MIT? All right, we'll accept it. Clip it. I don't want to get sued. Clip it. I don't even know how to clip it. Could I just do clip? I don't even know how to do it. Whatever. We'll take your word for it. It's fine. It's not like it's even that, like, novel. I think it's fine. Creative Commons? Ooh, fuck that. Dude, Creative Commons is the worst. If it's actually Creative Commons, I can't use it. You said MIT first. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Nah, Creative Commons has some, like, really, really poisonous language to it. right? At the bare minimum, Creative Commons requires attribution, which I can give you. Like, I'll do that for the MIT part anyway. Sure, why not? No, and I get it, Brainless, right? Like, at the end of the day, is this even considered novel? Maybe, but you wrote it and I didn't, and it's your license. So I at least want to shout it out as needed. Does this satisfy your need for copyright privileges, etc.? Totally up to you, man. Like, yeah, you wrote the code, I didn't. Even if it's not novel. All right, cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. I might need to do that as like a disclaimer here in chat. All code snippets provided in chat or as links from chat are subject to MIT license, etc. Right? It's like GitHub Gist. It's like Stack Overflow. CM Griffing Overflow. And yeah, seriously, we all enjoying a Saturday. I'm enjoying my Saturday. I'm enjoying my margaritas. There's something weird about it, though. They don't seem to work nearly as well as whiskey. Am I immune to tequila? No, nobody's immune to tequila, but for some reason it just doesn't hit hard enough. And I'm pouring these thick. Like, I am pouring some thick margaritas. Maybe, just maybe, consuming pretty much an entire bottle of Basil Hayden on Thursday was like carbo loading before a run or something, right? So now I gotta step back and let the liver recover. That might be it. That might totally be it. I did too much cross training. I think that's it. That's totally it. Because, yeah, this tequila's going too quick. It's the agave. There's 3 agaves. I don't know. Whatever. We're having fun. We're enjoying our Saturday. Yeah, no, this function looks good. Yeah, this function looks really good. I do think it's interesting here, though. Right? Like, I get it. If it's already an atom, then just pass it through. Now, yeah, I don't think there's any case where this could actually fail out or be any different. I forget. Does Elixir have a good way of embedding like unit tests in the module, or do we just have to do that in another place? Right? So we could write our unit tests like right in here, doc tests. That's right. That's right. I forget about that. Yeah, good catch. So we could do doc tests right here within the module to ensure things. You're totally right. No, I've done that. I've absolutely like used doc tests to fill in the blanks for a bunch of bullshit. Nah, you're totally right. Yeah, I forgot all about that. Dude, good catch. What was I using doc tests on? Oh, yeah. We were doing it for Vexilla. Right, here in test, we got some other tests, right? Like client test and some other things, right? Hasher test, where we just dot test the hasher. Yeah, scheduler. We actually established the test that way. Yeah, there's definitely some like doc test stuff we did with Vexilla's clients. I forgot about that. Yeah, good reminder. Thank you. All right, so here we go. Yeah, doc test, right? You just include the examples. They get run automatically. And if they fail, well, yeah, no, they fail, man. No, I forgot all about that. Good catch. I think that might be the only place I'm doing it, but yeah, no, we totally did that. I forgot all about that. I forgot all about that. So yeah, you may not remember it because I think we worked on Vexilla before you actually followed the stream. But Vexilla is a static file-based feature flag tool. meaning your source of truth is just a JSON file that lives anywhere, and the clients then evaluate that file at runtime to decide if that feature is on or off for a specific user. Oh yeah, we talk about it from time to time, sure. All right, so back to it. Yeah. I know we're slacking a bit. Let's get some shit done. Let's fix this bug. Let's make these embedded pages work as we expect. Because we still got to move on to notifications. And then once we've done those, we can start looking at some of the other tasks that need to be done. But our pivot from moving, create, and edit functionality for keywords and notifications to their own routes, we are maybe close to halfway done with that, but not done with that. And then, yeah, we got to add billing. We got to pivot to SendGrid. Yeah, the billing is going to be heavy. I think pivoting to SendGrid should be pretty quick, actually. And then, yeah, man, dude. Lobsters, Discord, webhooks, and MS Teams. I think these four are going to help us really like realize some value. The Hacker News one is going to be way tougher. So yeah, we may launch this project here within the next couple weeks. I think we're still probably going to be working on this project for the next like couple months. Because we got so much other stuff we can do. But hopefully we can get some like actual customers. That would be cool. All right. Anyway. Yeah, the part where we're having the issue is oh no. Wait, what? Okay. I was about to sweat. Like, how was that feeling? Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot to save. All right, so will it blend? Ooh. Not implemented for type ID. All right. Okay. Yeah, how would you fix that? I'm curious. If we look at the utility, right, just for fun. Yeah, is map covers structs. So instead, we do see is struct. Oh, you're saying is map should be first? Wait, I thought you were saying is map would still map or match a struct. Wait, really? Here's my next question. Where the hell does ensure atoms 2 come from? And yeah, struct won't support the enum into. That's the thing they were yelling about. Right? Enumerable not implemented for type ID. I mean, oh no, you know what? Hold on. You didn't know. That was Super Maven. Super Maven totally hallucinated the two. That was a separate thing. No, my bad. That was just Super Maven hallucinating. So the whole problem, though, yeah, is map will be true for a map and a struct, which means like the struct one needs to go first. Yeah, so struct would have to be first because we want to match that first, right? So yeah, no, the first one has to be is struct because you can't do the is map thing for it. So then, hold on, when it is a struct, we can't do enum into because the struct doesn't inherently support Do structs inherently have atom keys? Is that what I'm missing here? Is that what I'm misunderstanding? Like in general? Yeah, there's no need to handle struct, just pass it along. Okay. So then if I do that, you think we're good? I feel like struct has to be first because of the way they match. All right, and yeah, that fixes it. So yeah, I think struct has to go first. Because if is map would match a struct, right, you would never get to the one that would be after it. So struct has to absolutely be first. What version of Elixir am I running? I don't fucking know. Oh my god, I have no idea, dude. Are you kidding me? 1.18. There you go. I don't memorize that shit. I don't give a fuck. All right, no. The tequila is working. I can tell by my swearing. What do you mean by I should have the guard? What do you mean by that? There is a guard on the last one that covers only maps? What do you mean by that? Oh, so instead of is map, we could do is non-struct map, right? And then we wouldn't need the is struct one. So instead we'd have to change that. See, I didn't realize that you were saying we would change this, right? Okay, I got it. Now, technically, do these functionally do the same thing? Like, if I just did is non-struct map there, then it would pass through as, like, the other anyway, then? Is that the case? Okay. So struct definitely would not catch for the tuple case. Now, I guess, no, this is just a tuple. So, yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay. I feel like this is fine. I'll add a to-do. How about that? Right? So we can do that. One extra clause or not. And what really are the performance implications of that? Probably not too heavy, right? I don't know. I'm brainstorming. You are the resident Elixir expert here in chat right now. Because full stacking couldn't handle being told to not be rude. Because Ryan Winchester is MIA more often than not. So you are our resident elixir expert. And I appreciate that. That's what I appreciates about you. Now, yeah, I feel like the overhead from this, like under the hood, it's probably the exact same as like the extra overhead in the is non-struct map function. I would say it's probably tomato tomato at that point. So yeah, I'm not too worried about it. I think we're fine. I think it's fine. Like benchy, that's not a bad idea. Now, in general, I don't actually know how I would profile some of this stuff like at runtime. That's something I should probably be aware of, but I don't know if it matters right now. Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah, like open telemetry and traces and like a bunch of that stuff would be a major step up, right? Like a lot of value. Oh, that's a bummer. Yeah, I mean, open telemetry seems complicated. Like, it's really not that big a deal, but you do need to have some form of logic ingesting these things. Now he needs to make it like robust and pretty. Now I get that. Oh, my shoulder really needs to pop. And it just doesn't want to. Re-up the salt. That's probably enough. All right, so hold on, wait. Did we break it? Shit, we broke it. What the fuck? Oh. Air brakes. We probably need to set up a catastrophic error page. No, that's on me. I just need to set up a catastrophic error page. If I get X amount of 500s within a 30-second window, we just show a, hey, something's going terribly wrong. We don't know what yet. We'll try and fix it as soon as we can. Right? Every app needs a catastrophic error page. Nah, we're good. We're good. We fetch all this just fine. All right, so let's move on to notifications. We'll call it good. If the performance gets bad, we'll fix it. Fuck it. Whatever. You know. Yeah, I mean, technically, that's what the page would say. We don't know what's gone wrong, but something has gone terribly wrong, but we don't actually give a shit. Right? It's all about honest apps. It's like Honest Abe, but honest app. Oh, shit. Hold on, I just discovered something. We don't want to get too political. But that one giant fucking terrible ass bill that got passed did have one thing in it that was kind of nice. Section 174 is back. Right? Software engineering can now again be classified as legitimate R&D and can be written off during the same calendar year. That's actually huge for tech. Other people are getting so fucking screwed because of that bill, but there is at least one nice thing in it. That's insane to me, actually. I wouldn't have expected a single thing to benefit me. I would not have expected a single thing in that fucking bullshit to actually benefit coders. No. So you misunderstand, Terrace. Big tech, for the longest time, and like in general, right? Your employee operating expenses are things that you can deduct from your tax burden. Section 174 or some thing related to it, maybe it's like removing it or just like whatever, made it to where software devs building software for a company were like R&D itself, right? We are classified as R&D when we're building the product that becomes the business, right? that is not tax deductible in the same way. So it meant technically your salary, they could actually recoup on their tax burden like 20% of it. Maybe it was only 10%. And then over, it's either 5 or 10 years, they could recoup your current tax year's salary eventually. What it meant is it massively disincentivized startups. Big enterprise, dude, big enterprise can afford that. Big enterprise can afford it massively. But startups got fucked, right? As a startup, if you have any revenue, but you're trying to grow, so you're hiring aggressively, you still had to have enough like cash on hand to amortize the tax burden of your software dev staff. So it meant that companies would have to have a buffer of cash on hand versus what they would eventually like pay and get their money back for. Like all that money is still tax deductible, but it's when you could do it. So originally during the 2010s, etc., right, zero interest rate phenomenon, you could deduct an engineer's salary from that year's operating expenses or that year's revenue, which meant that startups that want to grow fast would actually eschew profit for the sake of hiring more people because you can grow faster with more people. A bunch of the layoffs we've been seeing lately are because of Section 174 being repealed or maybe being added. I forget. I don't remember the exact wording of Section 174, but it basically means that when it was undone or when it was added, I forget, that section either allows it to be deducted or disallows it to be deducted. In general, now companies have way more incentive to just hire people because they can deduct that from the current year's expenses or the current year's revenue. Does it mean corporations have more loopholes? It's basically the same loophole, right? But now smaller companies can afford it. And it was the way it worked during the 2010s, right? It was repealed like 3 years ago, right? 3 or 4 years ago. And it's a major reason why we've been seeing so many fucking layoffs. Why hiring has been so stagnant at smaller companies. That one part of that bill is beneficial to us. So much more is bullshit and sucks. But there is a portion that makes it a little better for us in the tech industry. Does it, like, does getting a job now, like being more hireable right now, offset the fact that you're going to have to support your parents that no longer have Medicaid? Probably not. Probably not. So no, it still sucks. It's still a shitty situation. But we do benefit a little more than we were expecting. Or we're not getting fucked as much as we thought we were. But yeah, dude, I've never played Balatro. I've heard it's really good. I was actually earlier today, like in the shower, brainstorming my like poker management sim. Oh, it's fine. I got plenty of games I'm addicted to already. That'd just be another one. I'd burn myself out of it pretty quick anyway. I think my poker management sim game could be really, really, really good. Like I'd basically be making a game for myself. But we could just build it, see how many people we can get to buy it. Fuck it, right? If I go early access, charge $20 with like a proper roadmap about like the stuff that you get for free, and then eventually like, well, yeah, and then this other stuff would eventually be an expansion that you buy for a couple bucks. Dude, I got ideas for that game. Would it actually make money? Probably not. It'd be fun to make though. And it's a game that I just want to have exist. The problem is like when you make a game for yourself, you never get a chance to truly enjoy it because you did too much testing along the way anyway. That's the problem with trying to make a game for yourself. Like it's very different from an application. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Just thinking out loud. All right. Sorry. I keep getting distracted. I'm going to close the Twitter. I'm going to close the blue sky. All right, there we go. Nothing to distract me. Sorry, no, I got distracted by how gross fucking Braves new tab pages. Let me get just anything else going. Yeah. Dude, Brave, what the fuck, man? All right, let's do notifications next. New notification. Let's see if this works. I doubt it, because we haven't done anything to try and make it work. Oh, wait. That actually worked? Well, son of a bitch. I'm in. All right, hold on. Let me go pee. We do have at least one quick fix to make, where when we do a new notification, we should force the local storage to update. Right? Navigate notifications. Yeah, right after we do this. Right? Set notification. Oh, wait. Do we not even have that? Are we not bringing that in? We're not bringing that in. So const notifications, use Atom notifications. Call that good. Add import. Here, set notifications to that. Boom. Nailed it. Roasted. All right, so let me go pee, and that'll at least have the thing show up after we create it. But then what about editing a notification? What's even editable? Timeout for email? There's not much you can edit on a notification. But whatever. We'll do it that way. We'll call it good, and then we got to make sure we can still make it. Okay. So yeah, hold on. Do we have anyone here that could theoretically, feasibly travel to Seattle on their own dime, but, you know, because they got a free ticket to Cascadia JS? Right? September 18th to 19th here in Seattle at the Old Town Hall. Right? It's a cool-ass event. If you could theoretically make the trip and you'd like to enter to win a free ticket, right? Seriously, a ticket's worth like $800. That's crazy. It's a good couple day hangout. No, I'm not going straight to fucking whatever. Dude, Carter at karaoke. He's so good at karaoke. Because they expect companies to pay for the ticket. right? So the full price, if you wait until August to buy, is $7.99. But here's the thing, all right? Are you an indie dev? You can get $200 off right now. Bring in a friend, you can get 50 off. Right? Group sales, need help convincing your manager? I'm not sure they're aware that's a typo, but yeah, whatever. What is the YVR edition? Oh, this is like a Canada thing. Yeah, I don't even know what the YVR edition is. That seems interesting. Like, it's the Vancouver one. Yeah, I get that. But it's still like, it's just like a remote version of it, and it's at this place called BCIT. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I wish I knew more about what it even entailed. But if you're in Canada and you could go to that, but you couldn't make it to the Cascadia JS here in the US, we could easily convince them that, hey, you want the YVR edition. That's brutal. Yeah, that's kind of cool. So, I mean, if you couldn't make it to Cascadia JS, I bet we could convince them to give you a Van JS ticket or the YVR edition. Just throwing that out there for anyone that, like Seattle's too far, even though it's so close. Like, it's just a train ride away from Vancouver. It's like a couple hour train ride. But yeah, I don't know. Just saying. These things are expensive. They expect your company to pay for it, which is why it costs so much. And honestly, putting on an event like this is expensive. Right? Like, pretty spendy. No, and I get it, Ethan, for sure. And I really appreciate people not trying to like game the system. I gotta throw it out there though. There's one person in the running right now. We gotta get more people in there. Otherwise, I'm not even sure they'll let me give the ticket away. If I just said, hey, this person won, it'd probably be fine, but I don't know. I'd feel bad about that. We need more people in the running. I could look at the previous list. Right? Hit people up individually, just in case. I'd say that's enough. No, hold on. Let's get a little more salt. There we go. And then I got one more thing. That was what I was going to check. Is Seattle JS going this week? It is the 9th, and it's at Foundations. Okay. So it'll be right there in Capitol Hill, right? This is just Seattle JS, the meetup. And dude, I keep fucking up so bad. Dude, Alan's such a cool dude. But I keep like brain farting and calling him Dylan, like in my head. Because it's Alan, I'm going to guess Deutsch. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. I'm going to say Deutsch. Like, dude, I went to this event in Seattle a couple weeks ago, and I was like, oh yeah, I wouldn't have even known about this. But then Dylan invited me, and they're like, who's Dylan? I had to think, like, okay, not Dylan. Him. He was like right there. Dude. I'm so bad at that. Dude, Dylan, Allen, it's so close. Come on, who would fault me for that? I wouldn't mind if he called me Christian or... I don't know, there's not a lot of names you could, like, mix up with Chris. Ooh, there you go, Ethan! Someone kept calling you Nathan. Honestly, they're so close. Come on, man. They're so close. You shouldn't be mad about that at all. The heart was in the right place. I'm going to start calling you Nathan. Nathan of the methane. Nathan Methane of Clan Methane. All right, it's like Connor McLeod of Clan McLeod. You were Nathan that night. Damn right, man. Yeah, dude. Right, just let it flow. Just let it flow. But yeah, seriously, anyone here in the Seattle area, Standard Pointer, if you're out there, shit, I forgot you were doing laundry. I should have let you know. Register, man. I've come to the conclusion I don't even necessarily like margaritas that much. I just really like the salt on the rim. Is that so wrong? Like, is that even that big of a deal? Like, I feel like that's why everyone likes margaritas. They just pretend to like the tequila and the other part. That one's a bit more watered down. Delicious. KooCast, Mr. Sir, how you doing? What are you up to? All right, so you were doing some arrays and hash maps, neat coding, and chill. All right, so you were doing some leak code stuff, right? What is neat code actually? Wait, what is neat code? Interesting. Okay. Seems cool. Yeah, no. I get it. Lifetime, sure. Yeah, I was gonna say it's got to be made by a YouTuber because the way they were like promoting YouTube videos. Right, we see Neat Code. Who's like the YouTuber behind it? And what the hell does Neat? Not in education, employment, or training. With a meta intern. Wait, hold on. Meta intern isn't that just frying pan? We were just talking about frying pan earlier. This is the guy that made it. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Dude, like major glitch in the Matrix. Like, dude, yeah. I swear, that's fucking frying pan, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it? Is there no description for this video? Like, what the fuck, man? Oh, it is frying pan. God, I'm good. All right. In before someone said I'm fucking racist or something. Like, no, dude. Like, come on. That was not like, one of those bullshit they look alike things. Like, no, it literally looked like frying pan. Okay? Shit. Shit. If you thought I was being racist, I flip it back on you and I think you were the one being racist. Damn right. Yeah, you were racist for thinking I was being racist. Because I was right. I feel so vindicated, though. I was actually sweating about that. Like, oh my God. Am I fucking up? I started thinking that immediately. Like, oh my God, by thinking he looks like frying pan, am I the asshole? No, it was literally frying pan. I'm not the asshole. Whew. Whew. That was close. That was close. Damn, all these companies that provided their fucking SVG and then DocuSign's like, whatever. PNG's good enough. Whatever. Right? Yeah, totally, dude. That's some fucking Pawn Stars bullshit, right? Like, yeah, you want an SVG? Best I can do is like a 20% quality JPEG. Right? Like, if it was an SVG that just had an embedded JPEG, that's like so on the nose for fucking DocuSign. Like, yeah, like our business was set 10 years ago. We don't even have to try anymore. We don't even care. Like, who gives a shit? Oh, you want an SVG from us? No. You get a JPEG. Deal with it. We don't care. Now, even better, they paid someone to actually paint this at a high resolution PNG pixel by pixel. That was their best effort at dithering by hand. right? This is a like a 4,000 by 1,000 image, and someone just fucking like by hand dithered all of that shit. Which makes sense when you see how much DocuSign charges people for their service. We're going to charge people, we're going to pay some designer way more money than they should have put into this to do it the way we said. Because we can. Yeah, if you zoom in, this is made up of like 10,000 DocuSign signatures, right? If we just zoom in far enough, we can see it. But yeah, so Seattle.js is this week in just a few days. That'll be fun. I should have my car back and I can drive into Seattle again. Fuck yeah, instead of paying like $100 a night to do the Uber thing. Ooh, don't even give them a logo? Ooh. No, like, even DocuSign can't justify that one. That's like an Adobe thing. Adobe could do that. Wait, does Adobe own DocuSign? No, DocuSign is its own publicly traded company. That's fucking insane to me. Adobe Sign is its own thing? Okay. Yeah. Ooh, damn, Ethan. Roasted. Justice, you have a question. Hold on. It probably requires a signature. Boom, roasted. Oh, shit. All right, can you share a link? The link, you're trying to generate service layer for React View Angular from Swagger and download or copy paste the code. What? All right, so Justice, I need a little bit more detail. So hold on. Justice, why would you use this when there are tools that do this? There's OpenAPI Generator. There's another one I'm using, which I forget the name of. Hey API is another one you can do. Another you could look at that's a service that, I don't know, it's probably not worth it. Speakeasy. And then there's another stainless. I think Speakeasy is like the shadiest of these brands that does something like that. Right? Stainless API. Like, you should just look at a thing that does this. So, I mean, I get it. Those are a bunch of words. What does the VS Code extension have to do with it? What I'm getting at is, why would you use the thing that you linked to us? What are they even using to do this? I'd love to see the source code of what they're actually doing with this. I don't trust some random Vercel.app. Justice, I think you're trying to do too much at once. Like, I think you're already fucking up by using a tool like this. Like, where's the source code? How does it generate it? Like, yeah, dude, no. Security team of your company should automatically be really, really questionable of this. Like, dude, yeah, Justice. There are tools to generate SDKs. Some random Vercel app? You should not be using this. Where's the documentation about how they're doing it? Like all this shit, right? Where are the docs? I do not trust this application. Nope. Do not use this app. I do not recommend it. Yeah, a big old medium. Can we recognize that even though I'm chubbier than back then, we still got the same like mini frowny faces on my cheek? Right? We like when I do a frowny face, I got frowny faces on my frowny face. Technically they're smiley faces, but you know, whatever. It's like the comedy drama thing. Damn, man, 2 days. Whole bottle of tequila gone. It's fine, Justice. I think there's a bit of a language barrier between like what you're actually saying and what you're meaning. I think there are better ways you could generate your clients. This is a brand new. Yeah, this one's brand new. Strawberry. Like, yes, sign up. We had it turned off. I turned it back on. There's only one person that's actually registered for it. This is a brand new thing, right? We didn't have it going for like 2 weeks. We got a brand new giveaway. If you could feasibly travel to Seattle for Cascadia JS, register for the giveaway. We're going to let it go for another week. Yeah, all you had to do was click on it. Yeah, exactly. It literally says number 2. It's fine. It's okay. It's fine. No, don't feel bad about it. Feel bad about the fact that you didn't show up to the meetup. I'm kidding. It's okay. I get it. You had shit to do. You have reasons. It's fine. We can hang out another time. We'll do another meetup. It's okay. It's totally fine. I'm just bullshitting. That's the margarita talking. Ooh. That was a little less delicious because it was too much at once. I think we're good. I think we're fine. But yeah, just saying. We're doing a giveaway for another ticket. We got permission to do so. I'm like a week late in starting it, but whatever. I think it's fine. I think it's totally fine. I am at the point where I wish I had more tequila. I got whiskey for days, but I don't like to mix. So whatever, we'll see. We're hanging out. It's a holiday weekend. It's fine. A bunch of that weight I lost, I put right back on. So yeah, I got a little work. How on earth can I be productive while drinking tequila of all drinks? I mean, practice. But also, how productive have I actually been since it really started kicking in? Whatever. Could be worse. I could be playing video games, and then I wouldn't be getting anything done. No, it's mine now. This is the Griffing Peak. Totally separate, totally different. Hey, what's up, Empire? Been a while. All right, we're switching to water, I guess. Like water, like from the toilet. Empire, I'm pretty sure I've said this to you in the past. But every time I see your name, I think of that movie, Scary Movie. I think of the movie Empire. But then I think of Scary Movie 3 instead. Right? Where Fat Joe has that line like, "You're a liar, in denial. I'll kill your ass quicker than I died in Empire." I love that line. That line's super good. Because it's like self-deprecating, but also like, damn, that's harsh. Brutal. And brainless, no. No chlorine taste because all my water is like osmosis, like reverse osmosis, like filtered. So Empire is a good film. Scary Movie 3 is a better film. Yeah, you heard it here first. I think Scary Movie 3 is better than the movie Empire. So brainless, I was quoting Idiocracy. Hey, where do I get some water? All I can find is like what tastes like Gatorade coming out of this this water fountain. And then the guy's like, water? Like from the toilet? You're funny. He walks away laughing like that. Water? Like from the toilet? Like, dude, that's one of my favorite laughs in pop culture ever. You haven't seen Idiocracy? You should watch Idiocracy. It feels like a documentary at this point. It feels like a documentary at this point. Like in the saddest way. Anyway, let's get back to a little bit of coding, I guess. All right, so new notification actually just fucking worked. Let me just double check this. Let's do another. All right, so I'm going to call that part good. Your water has a heavy chlorine flavor. Yeah, like, dude, here in the apartment complex I'm in, there's like a weird, like, plasticky taste to our water, which is why I got the reverse osmosis, like, filter. It means I should probably be supplementing fluoride in some way, right? I should just be better about brushing my teeth. But, like, you know, twice a day instead of just the once. But yeah, no, the water here in this apartment fucking sucks. Like, it's really bad. Like, it's really fucking bad. All right, so edit notification. It needs to take in a prop. Oh, no, not edit notification. Notification form needs to take in a prop. All right, and we actually have it. Yeah, Nori's Justice. And yeah, I'm still really curious about what you're building, but I just think you should use something more programmatic instead of some bullshit website. Like, there are CLI tools you could use, and you should use one of those instead. Right? Something where you can see the source code, something where you can see how it's built. But yeah, no worries, man. Have a good night. We'll see you again soon. Just really, like, yeah, use one of the tools that's out there. One of the things that app you linked is probably using anyway. Just do that. But yeah, what's everyone up to? You enjoying your just nice chill Saturday? Oh, look at all this fucking exposed skin. Am I gonna get fucking banned by Twitch for showing too much skin on stream? Yeah, maybe. All right, clothing just a little too revealing. Forehead, what about a 5 head? What about a 6 head? All right, so brainless. You're feeling sleepy, deciding if you should just close your eyes or maybe open a game. I mean, there's always tomorrow, right? Sleep feels so damn good. Like, how could you not be looking forward to sleep right now? And yeah, no worries. Justice requires constant package downloads via web or VS Code plugin. Now, I think versioning and having it just be an NPM package is like the one right way. I think all the other stuff is trying to do extra that it doesn't need. Oh, coffee would be a bad move right now, Brainless. Nah, man, don't do a coffee. It's either you sleep or play a game, but like, dude, what time is it for you right now? 9 p.m.? Dude. Definitely don't drink a coffee, play a game for a couple hours, and then just go to sleep. Dude, it's so easy. Yeah. Play a little bit of a game. Like if you go to sleep now, you're gonna wake up way too fucking early. And that'll mess you up. Unless you've been depriving yourself, right? So if you go to sleep now and you wake up at your normal time anyway, you're just resetting, you're getting back to normal. But I don't know, man. Yeah, Brainless, only you know what you want to do, what you probably should do. Seems to me like you should just, yeah, play a couple games for a couple hours and then go to sleep. That's fine. Krebsik, 3:30 a.m. Yikes. Feels bad as well, man. Yeah, that's an emote we don't have yet, but you're not wrong. 2:30 a.m. for Figuera. Ooh. So hold on, wait. 2:30 a.m. Figuera, that means that you're in like UK or France or something like that, right? Like in that like basic time zone, yeah? At 3:30, it's like Germany? Portugal is UK time zone. Okay. All right. All right. Yep. Okay. See? I'm like a member of the world. Damn right. Now, I've been streaming on Twitch for way too long. That's actually like the biggest part of it. I stream on Twitch, so I only know because of when other people tell me shit. And thanks, Empire. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Hell yeah. See, margaritas didn't have any impact on my understanding of the relativity of time. Okay, they had a little bit of an effect, but not enough to matter, right? The margaritas are the reason I was capable of doing it. Ooh, there you go. What are we working on? This. For what? As part of like the coding process, I use Super Maven for code completion. All right, so yeah, we have creating notifications working. We need to get to editing notifications, which means we need a button to be able to do that part. And I think eventually notifications may have other stuff they need to do. Yeah, no, we do need to like edit notifications properly. And a lot of that comes down to what data actually changes. So here on the notifications page, right, so notification item, we end up getting the drop-down menu here. And what we want to do So that's our trigger, and then here's the props. Yeah, so for props, we just want to have like an edit page. All right, so we get to the edit notification page. All right, so then in notification form, yeah, we need to take in the initial state. All right, hold on. Here's a fun one I randomly saw over on the Twitter. One second. Let me look at what you're doing here in a sec. Right, in TypeScript, you can actually chain the multiple non-null assertion operators together, right? All of these exclamation points. You can totally do that, right? You should do this to clearly signal that you do not fear runtime errors. Right? You should have a bunch of them because it stands out better. All right, so real quick, Krebsic, thing about forums, how do developers always kind of sure that their forums are secure? Like front end in PHP or in your project Elixir or Phoenix? You're still a beginner. Krebsic, it's not something I concern myself with because I don't let my server render forms. No, it's not allowed to do that. So instead, my server only handles a payload from wherever that shit comes from. So if my front end is just sending a payload, my back end validates that payload. Problem fucking solved. I think full stack frameworks that render their own templates within the back end framework's scope in any way, that's an anti-pattern. I don't think anyone should develop applications that way. I fundamentally push back on that, right? There are a few cases where that's maybe the application you should build. Nah, man. The majority of applications ever made on the web should not be monolithic server-rendered forms. No, dude. No. Fuck no. Hell no. No. So then beyond that, well, yeah, SQL injection doesn't give a shit, right? SQL injection can happen no matter how your data's passed. And then, yeah, make sure you're using an ORM and other things that escape your inputs before it even goes to the SQL part. we have the tooling to fix these things, right? Like, don't complicate it. Don't mix the concerns unless you have to. gRPC, make front end match back end, smaller payload. It's a smaller payload over the wire, but gRPC from the front end requires that you load in a library for gRPC, and that's going to be easily like 200K that you add to your bundle. Is it necessary to add that 200K to your bundle? Probably not. Yeah, so I agree with that, Krebsik, but you run into the issues of if your controller is the thing responsible for rendering the form that manipulates the things in the controller, it may still be just data over the wire, but it's really easy to fuck that up. Whereas instead, if it's just a REST API, it's just REST API. Right? The separation of concerns is so much more valuable. Like, it's too easy to mess up a controller that knows how the forms to submit to it are rendered, right? And it's easy to, like, make shortcuts and fuck that up. In general, what you're describing is a backend that is less stateless. And I think that's a problem. But yeah, Krebsik. Yeah, no worries, man. I'm not saying I'm totally right. I'm just saying that's my opinion, and we can disagree. But Java Grunt, your question about gRPC. I don't think gRPC solves front end to back end problems. I think gRPC helps solve back end to back end problems, right? Microservices, etc. I don't think gRPC belongs on the front end. And similarly, I don't think let me make sure I phrase this right. Right? gRPC is just glorified protobuf. To make any of that shit work on the front end, it's just more effort and more payload and more bullshit than it's worth. Ooh, Jason. Yeah, like, I just think it's a bad abstraction. Nah, it's just really bad on the front end. So gRPC is fucking amazing. Like, just next level for microservices. So, right, like you're thinking about gRPC, but just consider the mechanism under the hood, which is protobuf. A protobuf can be read to the point where you care about the props, and then you can just stop reading it. Right? So the idea of protobuf is, well, if I only care about the ID for a thing, well, yeah, make sure that ID is the absolute first thing in that protobuf. And you can stop reading the entire protobuf and whatever microservice cares about it if they only care about taking it and passing it elsewhere or fetching some subsequent data or whatever, right? You can stop reading a protobuf halfway through once you have all the data you needed. You can't do that with JSON. It's impossible. No, you can't do it with JSON. There might be some languages and frameworks and libraries that can, but no, that's not the common case. You can't do it from a broad perspective. GraphQL, same fucking problem, but even worse. Because it's still JSON over the wire. The ability to stop serializing a thing when you've got all the data you need is a superpower for backends and microservices. Let's all go back to SOAP. I mean, technically XML works that way. You can stream XML, and when you've got all the data you need, you just stop streaming it, right? You're done. Hey, I got what I needed. Fuck off. No, the answer does not change. Mobile apps are the same problem. Right? Like the data that you're consuming is the data you're consuming. You're not stopping reading it halfway through. Like any of the stuff gRPC gives you, just you don't benefit from. You'd be better off looking at tRPC. But even then, I think that's a bad abstraction in a lot of cases. I don't know. This is just one dude's opinion. We're ranting, we're raving, we're chilling, we're chatting. I'm not sure of the context. Sorry. Hold on. tRPC. If you're looking at front-end to back-end communication, tRPC is kind of nice. But it assumes that your back-end and your front-end are both TypeScript. If they aren't, well, yeah, tRPC is way less relevant, and you probably shouldn't care. For a back-end for front-end approach, tRPC is amazing. But then the moment you're going like your BFF, your back-end for front-end, to a proper back-end, yeah, that should probably be gRPC or some other thing, right? But it means you don't have to ship a bunch of shit over the wire to the front end in like their bundle to do gRPC stuff, right? Because tRPC, I think, I haven't looked at the payload cost. I don't think the client-side aspect of tRPC is nearly as heavy as gRPC. Because it's just JSON under the hood. It's just JSON with types, basically. And just because I disagree with this stuff doesn't mean I'm right. I could be totally wrong here. But we'd have to figure out how. There's no more margarita, but man, the salt is just too good. And yeah, if you didn't know, tRPC is created by the guy that made Zod. Someone else maintains tRPC now. But you know what? Yeah, Colin's a fucking genius, man. So yeah, he makes good shit. I don't find as much value because I don't always build my front end and my back end in the same language. So I have way less value. Barrow? I don't even know what that is. What is Barrow? Oh, it's a liqueur. Portuguese. What is like the overarching flavor of it? It looks like it's a bunch of shit. Mint, cinnamon, cardamom, lavender. To me, when you mix all those things together, it sounds like it would taste exactly like some fucking, like anise or something like that, right? Super sweet, goes great with lemon and ice. My guess, though, is that it ends up tasting a bit like Fernet. Or even like Jaeger. Just like, like I could see mint or cinnamon being separate, but when you mix all these things together, it sounds like Fernet with extra steps. I could be wrong. But no, I've never had it, never tried it. I'm not a big fan of liqueurs. I tend to drink, like when I'm out and about, just whiskey. Pretty much just whiskey. Like, I don't even drink tequila when I'm out and about. I'll drink tequila when I'm here at home and doing some shit. In Vermont, you got a cider that is vanilla, toast, and butterscotch. Herbaceous, which is citrus and soft hops. Okay. Yeah, no, those sound good, man. Those sound really good. All right, so it went down like water, but it was a 9.2%er. Damn, dude. Yeah, that's not good. All right. So we have notification form. Man, I am like losing steam. Oh, the margaritas. No, I think I'm just a bit tired, you know? So I need to get food in my belly and I need to get to sleep at a reasonable hour. I don't think the margaritas made me tired. I just think I could have slept better. Oh man. Oh yeah, no, we got bugs. We got stuff. Yeah, no, you know what? I'm getting hungry. I want to make some dumplings. And then over on gaming stream, I don't know what we do. Probably just play some games. But yeah, I am fading. Like, man, I'm like feeling the tired. I think that bike ride earlier today, I need to bike ride every day so I can like be less tired. But yeah, margaritas though, delicious. Tomorrow is going to be a work day, which means I'll be playing a bunch of games and then maybe getting work done. And then Monday we come back here and we get a bunch of work done. And yeah, we pick back up on the problem we got. Could I leave myself a good leaving offer? Right? Yeah, no, that's a good bit. And then hold on, let me just double check. And yeah, the frog. Oh, the frog. Now we had a really good day today, like really awesome. We didn't get any huge raids, but we had some really good viewership numbers. Like I appreciate you all for hanging out. We had a really good day. I want to play some games tonight. I'm gonna make some dumplings for dinner. I'll be working tomorrow. I got a blog post I gotta hammer out. I got a video I gotta hammer out. And then Monday, we're right back at it. When it comes to meetings, I've got one meeting on Monday. It is a little later in the day. Yeah, so I can't start on Monday until 1:30, which is fine. But yeah, I think we can do a nice long stream on Monday. Tuesday, we can do a nice long stream. Wednesday is like really open, but it's a Seattle JS day. Thursday. Hold on, wait. I'm looking at this week. Next week. Oh, next week's really chill. Thursday is a really open day. Friday, I got some shit to do. But yeah, like, damn, the time just flies by, doesn't it? In the best way. In the best way. So yeah, who do we go raid? We had a good Saturday. If I was just feeling a little more rested, we'd be shredding. We'd be totally going. Like, yeah. God, I'm feeling like a bit of the tired. And I don't like feeling tired. So, yeah, we'll come back here Monday. I'll be less tired for sure. Who's streaming right now? And yeah, I don't even know what game we played tonight. I can play more Indiana Jones. I can play some other stuff. I can figure out another, like a new game or something. Like, I don't know. We'll figure it out. I know, it's too early to be as tired as I am right now. Yeah, there's something wrong. But yeah, no, we'll play some games tonight. We'll do our thing. I'll try and get like an early rest and then maybe wake up early and do more exercise and shit. But in the meantime, we should go raid someone. I'm trying to find a good stream to raid. React.tv, Ashes of Owls. Okay. See, now I prefer there to be a camera. Now I really prefer there being a camera. This is the craziest part. Like, I look through the category and I don't recognize anyone. Am I out of touch? No, it's the kids that are out of touch. Let's meta programming. Sure. I don't even know what that means, but he has a camera and he's not doing game dev. I can't read his code, but that's fine. That's up to him. Yeah, no, it's actually like really crazy, man. Like, where are the OGs? And it's so much game dev, dude. But whatever. I think it's fine. Yeah, thank y'all for hanging out. I'll be over on gaming stream. If you're not aware, I have a gaming channel. I will be over in gaming channel. We're going to watch some show. There's nothing wrong with game dev. I just prefer to raid web devs. You know, you better than anybody knows that I don't stick to that rule 100%. I don't know, man. Where's all the web devs at? Where's all just like the regular programmers? Game dev's cool, and I'll do some game dev eventually, but man, you know. Where are all the iOS devs? I don't know. There you go, Strawberry. Where have all the iOS cowboys gone? Nah, there's nothing wrong with game dev there, JD. It's fantastic. I do want to make some games. Like, I've been brainstorming a game to make, like, in the shower and thinking about it and all that stuff. But you know what? Yeah, just, you know, your feelings are hurt. They shouldn't be. Come on. We raid you. You know that. I would just prefer to raid a web dev. Dude, the category is really, really, really mellow right now. Yeah, dude. No, I got games I want to make. I just need to start making money off of things like Messijo. And then I can afford to make games on my own time. One of these days. We'll totally do it. Oh, man. Yeah. I almost want to start vibe coding the poker game. All right, we'll do it in TypeScript and then port it over to a proper game engine. Because I think vibe coding tools still like really kind of suck at Unreal and Unity and Godot or Godot or whatever. But yeah, there's like a game I want to vibe code. But yeah, let's go say hi to Dustin. YouTube, thank you all for hanging out.